Techaholic was conceptualized in mid-2018 as an open community platform. Techaholic connects industry professionals, vertical experts, and learners together, bringing real-world relevance and career exposure for enhanced learning. Our vision is to enable professionals and organizations to achieve more through the community collaboration. Our mission is to nurture industry-ready professionals who can enhance nosiness outcomes with skills on upcoming technology landscape. And our values are to make everyone shine by sharing our knowledge, bringing honor to individuals, encouraging innovation by using the latest technology, networking to enhance collaboration, and encouraging excellence in technology-enabled solutions. We are creating communities with the motto of Go Far, Go Together. We empower individuals to achieve more through their skills without worrying about anything else. We help our community members to become industry-renowned, self-dependent professionals. To achieve industry recognitions, you can join our community to work with our existing industry-renowned community leaders. Our community leaders could mentor you and provide the stage to work with local and global communities. Mentors can lead you to the next level of growth. Techaholic empowers individuals to achieve their career aspirations by connecting them with the right mentors who are proven industry veterans and subject matter experts. Internships help you with real-world experience. Today's students are tomorrow's leaders, so we will not leave you alone. We have open internship programs to onboard technology enthusiastic students through formal process. Lead your digital transformation assisted by our industry veterans and technology community experts. Our designs are centered around business and technical requirements. We optimize your cloud designs to enhance administration and user experience. We secure your cloud with defense in depth. We provide guidance on cloud governance and compliance. Techaholic can also help you solve problems like lack of flexibility in capacity and cost optimizations, time to execute, efficient remote working, and infrastructure monitoring. Techaholic is making it easier for both freelancers and organizations by inventing a new way of working with freelancers globally. As a freelancer, you can choose your assignments either through your own network or through our network. We take care of all the onboarding tasks so that you only focus on your assignment. We are continuously growing our community to help individuals and organizations in capability building with skill-based learning. In the ever-changing job roles, we are extending the learning outreach by nurturing the future-ready and most desired professionals in the industry. We bring together a large array of technology professionals with varied industrial accreditations, eager to help build enterprise solutions and enable the learners. Now let's look at some of the popular industry certification courses offered by Techaholic. Techaholic was conceptualized in mid-2018 as an open community platform. Techaholic connects industry professionals, vertical experts, and learners together, bringing real-world relevance and career exposure for enhanced learning. Our vision is to enable professionals and organizations to achieve more through the community collaboration. Our mission is to nurture industry-ready professionals who can enhance nosiness outcomes with skills on upcoming technology landscape. And our values are to make everyone shine by sharing our knowledge, bringing honor to individuals, encouraging innovation by using the latest technology, networking to enhance collaboration, and encouraging excellence in technology-enabled solutions. We are creating communities with the motto of Go Far, Go Together. We empower individuals to achieve more through their skills without worrying about anything else. We help our community members to become industry-renowned, self-dependent professionals. To achieve industry recognitions, you can join our community to work with our existing industry-renowned community leaders. Our community leaders could mentor you and provide the stage to work with local and global communities. Mentors can lead you to the next level of growth. Techaholic empowers individuals to achieve their career aspirations by connecting them with the right mentors who are proven industry veterans and subject matter experts. Internships help you with real-world experience. Today's students are tomorrow's leaders, so we will not leave you alone. We have open internship programs to onboard technology enthusiastic students through formal process. Lead your digital transformation assisted by our industry veterans and technology community experts. Our designs are centered around business and technical requirements. We optimize your cloud designs to enhance administration and user experience. We secure your cloud with defense in depth. We provide guidance on cloud governance and compliance. Techaholic can also help you solve problems like lack of flexibility in capacity and cost optimizations, time to execute, efficient remote working, and infrastructure monitoring. Techaholic is making it easier for both freelancers and organizations by inventing a new way of working with freelancers globally. As a freelancer, you can choose your assignments either through your own network or through our network. We take care of all the onboarding tasks so that you only focus on your assignment. We are continuously growing our community to help individuals and organizations in capability building with skill-based learning. In the ever-changing job roles, we are extending the learning outreach by nurturing the future-ready and most desired professionals in the industry. We bring together a large array of technology professionals with varied industrial accreditations, eager to help build enterprise solutions and enable the learners. Now let's look at some of the popular industry certification courses offered by Techaholic. Techaholic was conceptualized in mid-2018 as an open community platform. Techaholic connects industry professionals, vertical experts, and learners together, bringing real-world relevance and career exposure for enhanced learning. Our vision is to enable professionals and organizations to achieve more through the community collaboration. Our mission is to nurture industry-ready professionals who can enhance nosiness outcomes with skills on upcoming technology landscape. And our values are to make everyone shine by sharing our knowledge, bringing honor to individuals, encouraging innovation by using the latest technology, networking to enhance collaboration, and encouraging excellence in technology-enabled solutions. We are creating communities with the motto of Go Far, Go Together. We empower individuals to achieve more through their skills without worrying about anything else. We help our community members to become industry-renowned, self-dependent professionals. To achieve industry recognitions, you can join our community to work with our existing industry-renowned community leaders. Our community leaders could mentor you and provide the stage to work with local and global communities. Mentors can lead you to the next level of growth. Techaholic empowers individuals to achieve their career aspirations by connecting them with the right mentors who are proven industry veterans and subject matter experts. Internships help you with real-world experience. Today's students are tomorrow's leaders, so we will not leave you alone. We have open internship programs to onboard technology enthusiastic students through formal process. Lead your digital transformation assisted by our industry veterans and technology community experts. Our designs are centered around business and technical requirements. We optimize your cloud designs to enhance administration and user experience. We secure your cloud with defense in depth. We provide guidance on cloud governance and compliance. Techaholic can also help you solve problems like lack of flexibility in capacity and cost optimizations, time to execute, efficient remote working, and infrastructure monitoring. Techaholic is making it easier for both freelancers and organizations by inventing a new way of working with freelancers globally. As a freelancer, you can choose your assignments either through your own network or through our network. We take care of all the onboarding tasks so that you only focus on your assignment. We are continuously growing our community to help individuals and organizations in capability building with skill-based learning. In the ever-changing job roles, we are extending the learning outreach by nurturing the future-ready and most desired professionals in the industry. We bring together a large array of technology professionals with varied industrial accreditations, eager to help build enterprise solutions and enable the learners. Now let's look at some of the popular industry certification courses offered by Techaholic.
Hi, can everyone hear me? Can anyone confirm? If you can just hear me, let me know in the chat or in the comment. Hi, Kiran. Can you hear me?
Hey Prabhat, yeah, we are live actually. You can start.
Okay. Can I also add another computer?
You can.
Okay. Let's add that as well. Uh, okay. Um, I can share from there too. Okay. I think you can see. No, maybe not.
Can you try sharing again?
Yeah, I'm gonna share sharing again. Okay. Does it share?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Just a second. I think I'm recording or not recording. Just okay. Okay. Good to start. Hello everyone. Namaskar. क्या हाल चाल है भाई लोग? Um, कुछ भी करो. Do everything. You should enjoy. So कुछ भी करो. मजा आना चाहिए. जो भी आप job करो, you have to enjoy. So that's what my goal. That's what I'm telling everyone. Uh, Life is an enjoyment. Enjoy it. Everything should be fun, and then only you will grow much nicer in that industry or whatever you do. Starting with thanking to everyone who organized this. Definitely, it means a lot to everyone who is learning here, um, and definitely a good effort from a lot of speakers from around the globe. This is my slide, but I'll talk on the next slide more, which has more information about me. If you want to know, I'm a global CTO for Golden Five Consulting, where I lead my team as a chief architect and also participate in different projects wherever I feel that okay, I would like to do this, and um, and help the team wherever they are stuck, and also lead my foundation as a CEO in Los Angeles. On the right hand side, you can see my LinkedIn and Twitter. I'm a universal blood donor, O negative. Um, yeah, the wo Sultan wala, right? So, so 1% in the whole Asia, and I share my birthday with Microsoft. That's why I feel why I'm in Microsoft industry, right? I'm born to be in Microsoft. Yes, I've born after Microsoft, so definitely it's not other way. And I'm MCP since 1998. Keep following the track. It is very important for your career. You keep certifying yourself. So I can if I can be your example, then follow my lead and keep certifying yourself. It's just not a certification, but also educate yourself and you grow along with that. um, we COVID-19, who can forget? Everyone has lost at least someone, so maybe far relative or near. So we're sorry for anyone's loss and everyone's loss. And Delta variant is going on. Maybe uh, it's growing. It was down, and recently I heard a lot of things happening in India as well. So be careful. COVID has not gone yet. Please follow the precautions. Vaccinate yourself. In USA, we have third shot, a booster available. Also, we are listening that booster could be given in every 3 months or so. So who knows what's going to be the future? But uh, keep rocking, keep fighting, and stay safe. Yesterday I did a session. I record the confirmed cases yesterday. It was uh, the first number 225. That was the case in the yesterday. Today, between yesterday and today, you can see the difference in the count of the COVID cases. Even though right now the pandemic is at the low, but still look at the numbers. We have to pledge to reduce the number. Let this go down, or let this stop at one place. No more confirmed cases of COVID. That's our pledge. We should be focusing and helping the world come out of it. Um, this is my company which is sponsoring my session. Obviously, I'm taking some time off, saying I might be starting my day late tomorrow. So, thank you. And this is my company, Golden Five Consulting, Microsoft Gold Partner, Cloud CSP. Um, a supplier, AUSG partner, authorized reseller for Surface and Surface Hub. It's not everyone cannot just resell. You have to be authorized for that. So we are one authorized, and that's my company website and appointment link. Automation. This is a very interesting topic. How much you guys who are listening are interested, that matters, right? So important thing, if you remember the three idiot, what Amir Khan said, सेशन स्टार्ट होने से पहले किसी ने सोचा कि हम लोग कुछ नया सोच लर्न करेंगे, आज कुछ सीखेंगे, मजा आएगा, the fun. That is what is life about, learning anything. When you're going to learn anything, just not learn it's because your office, your boss said it, or somebody else told you. Learn because you have a passion. You think that you'll enjoy it. That's what matters. Then you will learn with the core heart and you'll remember and you'll grow in that area. So this is automation, and PowerShell is something of that sort. You have to have a passion for it. Otherwise you'll not succeed in it. So if you don't have a passion, just don't, um, you know, just don't be a photographer who wants to learn the engineering, right? So a lot of things I learned from every movie. 3 Edit is one of the most interesting. I always like to watch and remember every part of it. It's just not the engineering. It's their principal was also very, very smart. Writing with two hands, I try all the time. Typing with two hands, I cannot do it. I try to look with with two visions differently. I cannot do it. That's how did he do it? That's the best thing I've never seen. If you can do it, you're the master. Already a great person or genius, I'd say. Okay, and automation in PowerShell is something which brings you genius. You can do the things of hours in few seconds. Think about it. That's what is automation. And when you make your first automation, first script, and it'll work, and then you'll be so happy you cannot imagine. Same way, when you'll write a big script, big automation, you will enjoy that moment as well. So every time you write a new automation, you will be loving it. You will trust me. You'll enjoy it. You'll feel it from inside. Oh, I did it. I made it, and it's working, and it is doing so much of work of so many humans all alone, and it's done by me, saving so many thousands of billions of dollars of a company. That is automation. That's the future. So let's move on to the agenda. What is automation? I'll cover what is PowerShell, how much you love PowerShell, demo, and future of IT. Um, Automation. What is automation? Everything is automation. Thinking about 3 idiot, if that zip would close automatically, that will become automated. But it's a machine, but it's not automated. You want to make it automated, then you have to set a timer after 30 seconds, automatically close my zip. That's automation. Anything which works on a trigger or an event or something by time, automatically execute this by time. That's a trigger actually. So there's always a trigger or an event in any automation. Otherwise, it's a machine. That's not automated. Um, so probably that's the difference between machine and automation, if you want to think about it. Anything you can schedule in the task, any if you press a button and it works, it could be an automation as well. Yeah, turning on a machine, a computer is turning on a power. I'm more likely telling that you turn on, suppose a button and it has a automation configured. If you press this button, then lock the door, just like your automated door. If you touch that, it will lock the door, or it will wait for its timer to expire and then to lock the door. Now, that's an example. Same way, press button or touching your car can lock your doors of the car because it sense that you gave a light touch. That means that it should lock it, or if you touch, it will unlock as well. That's got keyless entry in the car industry. Any sensor-based task. There's a sensor, for example, could be if you walk into your drawing room, you have a lock, where you have a theft lock or automated sensor-based lock. It sensed you that you walked in, and it just started the security siren. Um, all automated scripts which you have written, and it's based on some trigger that it is running every 30 minutes, but that's not the automation. The automation is when it picks up a value and it executes another action. That's automation. If we talk about cars, for example, in my car, I can talk about three examples from my car. Distronic Plus. Distronic Plus is a um, brake assist as well as the speeding. So my car is always in the Distronic Plus. Whenever I start driving on the highway, I just put it on the Distronic Plus. I set a speed, and in Distronic Plus, it just keep going. And if it finds somebody in front, it applies the brake, and then it starts working on that, starts running at that speed. That's automation. It's automatically adjust the speed based on the front car. If front car goes away, it works on the selected speed. So it works on the trigger and the events. That's what I said. Similarly, in a car, you can find lane correction in my car. So I drive it. It keeps tracking my lane. If I'm going over the other lane, it brings me back. That's auto lane correction. That's a automation again. Similarly, if I am driving in the night and my car is always on the high beam and it automatically sense if somebody's coming from left or right, it dims the left or right side of the beamer and keeps me going. However, most of the time there's somebody in front, so it's hardly turns on the high beam. Um, Sensor-based home lights. So many of you might have the sensor-based home light. So you walk into a room and it automatically turns on the light. You can have a trigger that, okay, if you detect somebody after 6 p.m., then only turn on the light. Otherwise, you don't want to wake everybody when you walk into your bedroom after finishing the session. For example, I'll walk into my bedroom at the midnight where my wife is sleeping, so I don't want to wake her up. So I have to set a trigger that it turn on only till probably 9, and after that, if I need light, I will manually use it. But that's an automation I'm talking about. So automation is one of the example like that. I just talked about already the security alarm, maybe the floodlight cameras outside your home so that they can sense anybody walking towards your home, any thief is coming, that can sense that, okay, it turns on the light. Most likely the human will see a light on and they will run away. If it is dark, that's more prone to a theft or burglary. But that's how you protect yourself. Or some automations are there, they detect it. And very good example of the Ring doorbell. Most of you might have the Ring doorbell, and you it will be sensing somebody coming and telling on your uh, Alexa or other app, which you might be telling that, okay, there's somebody at the doorbell. What do you want? Do you want to check or something? And you accordingly you take the action. But this is all automation. I'm giving you as an example. Moving on, I'm talking about PowerShell. So PowerShell is what is PowerShell? It's a Microsoft shell-based command line. If you didn't know, now you know. But this is Microsoft shell-based command line. Um, it's better form of DOS prompt. I'm sure you might have used some portion of DOS. There was very little uh, what you could do from DOS. Uh, if you are on the domain controller, still you can do a lot with DOS prompt. There are so many commands you can run to check replication and everything, rep admin and everything. So Microsoft um, PowerShell allows you to do more than that and in a much faster manner. Similarly, better form of VB script. So we used to do the VB scripting earlier. There was no PowerShell. We didn't know what is PowerShell. Okay, so that time we were doing automation using VB script, writing the VB scripts of thousands of line. Um, I still have my lead in IBM used to write. He wrote I think 10,000 line or 6,000 line power VB script for a lot of. It's for simple process. Think about simple process on a domain controller. You need to extract the security logs because security logs gets overwritten. So you have to do it every hour. Every hour you are extracting the logs, converting into a different format, and then copying into a web browser server so that admin team can uh, research on it, who got logged, who deleted who, and when. So it's a lot of things were happening. So it's a big infrastructure when I was leading. So this is another form of automation which was used earlier, but now it's a PowerShell. Technology specific modules are available. So if you are on your Windows 10, there will be PowerShell, but it will not have all the modules. So if you want to manage, for example, Teams or OneDrive or SharePoint, you will have to install their module, and then you can import that module on that PowerShell and execute the commands. So you might run some SharePoint commands, might not work. You will think, what happened? What's wrong with my machine? Something wrong? Or I'm running a wrong command? No, the basic thing, start with basic, always stick to the basic. The basic thing is look to see if execution policy is open and allowing it, um, which definitely will give you the error, and you can read from the error and respond accordingly. And the second thing would be looking for the PowerShell module has been installed or not. These two things are main. And third is obviously if you have the elevated rights, if you can open anything in the elevated mode. If you're an admin, you need elevated mode. I've always have a question why there's a non-elevated mode on any server operating system. I never got the answer, but I'm still looking for. So if I'll meet Bill Gates, I'm going to ask him why he made this way, because that's how everybody's following. So I want to ask the originator. Um, Eliminate the need to work from a server. That's a very important thing. Think about it. We used to log in to the server to work on that shell, and now you just have to import the module and then run the command to connect to that server, and then you can execute the PowerShell command from anywhere. It's so made it so easy. Probably you can use Windows 10 computer to manage your whole infrastructure. There would be some people who would be doing it already. Um, Many cases, if you're not managing any infrastructure server in your office, you don't need to connect to the server. Then probably you have everything in the cloud. And if you are in the cloud, you don't have to log in anywhere. to connect your PowerShell. So you log in through the PowerShell, but you don't have to use a VPN or any other kind of MFA or even Azure Virtual Desktop. You just connect from your laptop to that PowerShell, execute or import the PowerShell module, and connect and authenticate, and that's it. You're done, and you can execute whatever you need to execute, and you probably you don't need to log in. That's how it's gonna work. It's working for many of us. PowerShell allows to create automation. So that's automation, what we talked about. It allows. So automation is a different thing. It used to exist before, it is existing today, and it will exist tomorrow. PowerShell is allowing Microsoft-based automations to work in the Microsoft-based infrastructure. Um, it's not open source yet, but if it becomes open source, it might be applicable for other non-Microsoft places as well. So that is the future. It's possible. Um, and always remember, if you're learning PowerShell, you can start with get and set commands. Understand the power of get and set. Get command is a read-only mode. It's just pulling the details from any infrastructure wherever you are running it. Whereas set command is configuring it. So before you run set, you have to be 100% sure. Do you really want it to run this command? Unless you have already run in the in your lab. If you're not confident, wait, run it in your lab, or you have an option to use a hyphen what if switch. However, what if switch is not applicable for every command, so it doesn't work with every command. So be careful when you use set command, because you can query all the servers, all the mailbox using get command. And if you have the permission, you can set the same thing for all the users. Once you realize that, then you'll have to go back and change it. Maybe by the time you realize you reach home or you reach to the beach, and now you are like, oh, what did I do? I have to go back. And while you're going back, your boss called and said, what happened? Everything has stopped working. And then you'll say, oh, I did it. I don't have a time to, you better to accept what you did, and then you go and change it, rather than confusing everyone. So anyways, but the point is that running a set command could cause damage. So be very careful when you're running set command, for definitely when you're running for everyone and not just for one user. PowerShell love. That's why I was talking about earlier. You have to love PowerShell. Otherwise, you will you will like it. You may do some portion of it, but you will not enjoy it. You have to love it. So I'm gonna be showing you some things, and this one I'm gonna be showing you some demos, and we'll talk about it. Why I said PowerShell love, it is important to understand the fact how we are progressing today. I'm giving two examples here of two commands. Eh, You will not find any GUI option for at least these two commands I'm mentioning, or these two operations I'm mentioning. If I want to set a password never expired, or if I want to set up enterprise voice enabled on any of the user, there's no GUI based option. So you have to use PowerShell. So why enterprise voice enabled required is because if I want to assign a phone number to one of my company user using Teams. So my company uses Teams and everyone has the Teams phone number. So that we need to run this command very often, but there's no checkbox in the user property which will enable it. You have no choice. You have to go to the PowerShell and run it. Um, Similarly, if I want password never expire because my whole team uses MFA, we don't have any compliance requirement from any government yet, so we are okay to set up password never expire. But if you have requirement, you may want to set that policy. However, you may have some service accounts. For them, you want to set password never expire, and there is no GUI option. So it means I'm giving you a hint that this is the future. The more we go forward, the more GUI based options will be gone. The idea is GUI is for easy work, easy handling. If you are a super admin, if you are a global admin, then probably you are a very, very skilled person and you will be using PowerShell most of the time already. So that's Microsoft's idea. May not be everyone follow that, but that's where IT is heading today. So you have to start loving PowerShell. So in my PowerShell, here's the link of my PowerShell and automations, and I'm also sharing the link of Vikas Sukija's um, uh, PowerShell repository link. We used to have everything in the Microsoft TechNet, and Microsoft one day decided, oh, we bought GitHub. Everybody moved their PowerShell to GitHub. Now we don't see the transactions, like how many PowerShell scripts downloaded by anyone from these locations. But we used to see in TechNet, and I, I've seen Vikas' script was downloaded so many times. He was hitting like in the top 14 technical per people in the world. Um, in I think he's the best in the world in the PowerShell for sure. Well, best in the Microsoft industries as well. And he works for me. He's the global director for the company in the IT services. Um, Moving on, I want to talk about some automation which we have done, and one of the example is our G5 system admin tool. Um, what it does is it has a lot of capabilities. Remotely, you can manage multiple reboots. It's not a unique thing that you have to do it every day. It's not a daily tool, but we are willing to enhance it. We're going to give more buttons so that you can get more options to run the daily things. But that's in the later versions. But right now, this tool does a lot of things which is helpful for everyone. I'm going to be giving you the demo. This is completely PowerShell based tool, and it does a lot of things. Remotely managed reboots, remotely managed service restarts. Think about it. If you have to restart a service on 100 computers, add them here, click on stop service, and then it'll show you the log here, and then say start service. That's it. I mean, how much time I saved rather than you log into every computer or run a batch file or automated file which will be pulling the data, another automation. But this is probably you can easily use in this kind of ease of work. Sequential computer reboot. That's another thing which you might have observed in some application-based infrastructure. For example, Exchange servers. I don't want Exchange server to be all Exchange servers to be booting, restarting at one time. At least one server should be up, or two or four. I would think maybe I don't just want to restart only one at a time. So I will just write in the sequence and one go at a time, and I go for my lunch, come back, it's all ready. Um, so, I mean, obviously, first time you want to test and try and see everything is working well, and then second time you will be good with that. So, just to avoid any server name you have mistyped or something, and WMI query is working fine, or if not failing. So, that's important. But then you think about the sequential restarts. That's where you were just waiting for one server to come back up, whereas this tool is going to be waiting and watching and doing your job. This is the future. This is again this automation. It's happening. You can also schedule. You can also schedule reboot using the tool. So it'll log into that server, schedule a job to restart, not on your computer, but it will log into that server and do that. If you add multiple servers, it'll reschedule. I mean, schedule a restart on multiple servers or multiple desktops. Suppose you schedule a 6 p.m. I want everyone to restart because we had to apply the critical patch, which we did, but no one restarted, so it's not really working. So you can schedule it as well. Parallel computer reboot, definitely that's one thing. Yeah, it's very easy, but sequential, I think, which was most important. Multiple computer reboot, multiple computers, same service restart. I just give you the example, and you can also watch some process monitoring, success and failure. It will show you. You don't need to log into every computer, um, and multiple admins. Service management not required, like one admin can just run and execute, and one time you have to prepare a configuration and you don't have to worry about doing it again and again. um, and this is for the every system admin. I think I should have this kind of a tool and use it. So if you're here, then you're part of getting this tool with the normally it comes with 3 trial licenses. But if you're part of it and you write to this email address in the bottom with this discount code, then you will get this tool with 10 licenses for free. Moving on, I'm going to switch to the different computer, and that's where I'm going to share the PowerShell demos. So I'm going to stop my video because I'll be looking on the side. So stop my cam, and I'm going to start sharing from here. Okay, so I think everyone can see my screen on my computer. So I want to start with some basic, so like that's what I was talking about, 2 commands which you may want to run. And this is very important, so that's why I kept it here. You may want to see what you want to, many times you have to install the module. So I have kept some module to be installed. So if I click on it, it's gonna look to the internet.
Prabhat, sorry to interrupt. Can you zoom it up a bit?
Zoom it up. Let's see. Zoom in.
Maybe 2 more times. Yeah, couple more because.
Control plus add. Is it visible? No?
Maybe a little more.
Okay, let me see. Better?
Yeah, it's quite better now. Thanks.
Okay. There's no zoom on the app. Oh. Okay, no, not here. Okay. So yeah, I was running that install module. It found out it's already installed, but it was trying just to show that it didn't do anything funny. It just went ahead and just tried to install it. Now I'm gonna be importing Action Online management module. So it's just not Action Online module. It's Action Online management, and I imported. Now I can run connect to Exchange Online command. I think connect online also import itself. So may not be required all the time. Once I've imported, I need to connect to Exchange Online to execute and authenticate there. So I can connect to any of my tenants, and I can execute a command. So let me think where I want to execute or set any command. Uh, so I can run a password never expire for my other tool, other um, uh, or I can run a get mailbox command. So I'm thinking of going to mm, this tenant, and I selected the tenant, logging into as an admin, um, and the tricky part is the password. I think I did it well. Okay, I did it well. It imported the module and setting it up. While it's doing LP, so if you see the commands here, it's just only one command here, which is for set mailbox for this mailbox and setting the mail tip. So if I want to set up mail tip, I can execute this command and just set up the mail tip on this uh, mailbox. I'm not sure if this exists in this tenant. It does not actually. So this will fail by saying it's not available on this tenant. So I have to set up something else, or I can just query a mailbox. I can say get mailbox, and it'll show me all the mailbox exist in that tenant. They found 5 mailboxes are there in that tenant, and um, yeah, there's no other, not much, because this is a hosted tenant. So if I need to see the users, which means I have to connect to uh, MSOL service. So I'll just go and say connect to MSOL service. I will get the prompt again. That's a beauty that they are different modules and they don't take your authentication from the previous. Okay, I'm in and I'm gonna be running a command for password never expire for my ID using set msol user. Here you go. It ran and there's no error came, which means it executed correctly. So this is how you probably will be executing the commands. This is a better way for learners. Once you finish using or learning, you know what you have to run. You can create a PowerShell script or PS1, and you can just double click it and it will execute as well. However, some of the admins find this way safer. They can see what is happening, and they might make a one big PowerShell file, and they can keep executing from there. Moving on, there's a lot of things I wanted to cover. However, I may not have time. So, but we have Orca tool, which we have automated. If I click on right click and run as PowerShell, run with PowerShell, it will ask me to authenticate, and I'll authenticate again to the same tenant. What it does, it pulls all the security configurations from this tenant, and it's gonna present me all of that in very nice format. So it's importing and it's executing. The best part, many times when you're learning, you should watch it. When you're learning, definitely knowing it for the first time, what it does and everything. So you should watch it, what it's doing. And many times when you install, for example, you install any update for Exchange server, also good to see what it's doing and what all it did. So it did ran getting anti-spam setting, getting tenant setting, getting anti-malware setting, getting transport rules, accept the domains, DKIM configuration, connectors, MX records, and it's going to present a form, a file very soon. While it is completing, I'm moving towards some of the other script which I have kept. Um, well, it did finish, so it popped up on my other browser. So this is how it finished and presented me a nice looking report of my tenant. That's how the automation should be. You don't have to run single command at a time. It just ran in the back and presented you a ready format. You are the administrator. You don't want to do a lot of PowerShell to execute, check one configuration for every thing. So better it ran for everything. You found everything okay. Every day you come and run this kind of command and see, okay, I have these issues, I have to fix it, and then you go and fix it. Um, when I was doing a lot of work in Exchange management, I created some pre and post patching scripts. So pre patching a script wanted to show what it does, what stops, and then we'll look into the post probably. But then it's very simple script pulling some details from of the server and stopping everything on the server so that it's draining, it's passing over any mail which is left on the server, it's draining itself, cleaning everything, and stopping itself from taking anything new. So it's stopping by the hub transport server, stopping first, and then moving on the databases, not activating any other databases, and then pausing the cluster. Once it pauses, that's when the script stops. And then once you patch the server, you restart finishing, and then you come back and run the post patching script. So whatever it had stopped in the pre-patching, it comes and start the everything and takes the databases back on the Exchange server, which it's supposed to host based on the activation preferences. Um, Moving on. We also did an Exchange a DAG health check script. Um, so what are we checking? This was written by someone, and I work on it and to update it, and definitely I made sure that they know what we did. Um, so this one again runs Exchange health check, runs the Exchange database health check, check the backup, check the mail flow. It does a lot of things and present you a HTML format script. Again, it's available in our repository, so feel free to download, use it in your infrastructure, and give us the feedback if there's anything you want to see or if there's any error. We are working towards a unified tools now. So for everyone moving to Office 365, we are creating some licensing solutions as well. So if you are using Office 365, you don't want to do everyday licensing configuration. So this tool, which we have created based on the configuration attributes in this INI file, it queries that and it passes that query to this tool and assign the applicable license. This is another example of your automation in your infrastructure, which you would need or you may be looking to do it in future as you go to Office 365. Um, I think I'll switch back to, oh, my tool, sorry. So I had opened this tool, which definitely wanted to give a demo for, close this and say yes. Um, so I would load the servers very quickly. I've created in the INI file. This is the local PC, and these are the service I'm going to show you as a restart. Right now, these services are running. For example, there are three services listed here: Pool, W32, and the Windows Update. So W32 and the W32 time is here, and Windows Update is here. Refresh. Right now, time is running and update is stopped. So I'll say stop the service and also set display log. So when it will finish, it will show me, it says all the services stopped. I say refresh, it has stopped the service. You can see the time service is stopped. And then if I'll say start the service, it'll just start the service and show us the log there. Once it shows the log there, then we will check the status. So started, and if we refresh here, both of these service started. And also because it was doing the print spooler restart, it does that as well. Print spooler. Yep. So this is the quick demo of this tool, which does the restart function as well. I'll stop sharing from here and switch back to my PowerPoint presentation. And now I can turn my camera back on. Um, Okay, I couldn't show the Active Directory health check. Again, those are the scripts available in our repository. That's primarily I would suggest use Vikas GitHub repository. Future of IT quickly. Computers are increasing. Look around. Everything is computer based. Everything is automated around you. You order the food. You order Uber. You order anything around that around you. Everything is automated. So computer is definitely increasing. So everything is going to be automated. Future is you will be managing automation and not servers. That will be the future. So look forward to grab that opportunity and update yourself and prepare for it. Artificial intelligence is already taking over. I go a little far from my home. I get an alert. Hey, you are far from home. Why don't you turn on your, alarm? So I, but I know my family is still at home, so I don't turn on. But I get an alert. It identifies me. Machine learning is happening. It's telling you every day that okay, you went that side other day. My car tells me, oh, are you willing to go that location, that samosa place? You love samosa, right? Everyone loves samosa. That's a beauty wherever you live. If you're an Indian, you love samosa for sure. So um, and remember, no IT without PowerShell and automation will be existing in the future. That's how my vision. That's my advice. That's what I feel. Um, Also wanted to share about what my company is also reselling this Azure Virtual Desktop. That's available at $25 per user per month. Um, if you're watching this right now is still, then you can also leverage and use the Office 65 licenses discount. Discount code is here. Again, write to this email address, sales@golden5.net. Um, and I've reduced my connect for more. I think I'm just trying to be simplifying my connections so that you can just go and go for this particular group, global M65 group. I manage 3 groups or 4 groups in Facebook, um, 3 groups in LinkedIn, but I just wanted to focus on one group. So I just wanted to invite everybody to these groups and this YouTube channel. And if you are in Los Angeles in US, anytime you come to Los Angeles, welcome to my Los LAEXUG Foundation user group meetings, which we do in Los Angeles Microsoft Office. And I can look into the questions. Before I look into the questions, I can say I would like to thank you everyone for joining. एंड बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका, आप लोग आए. आई होप मेरा सेशन से आपको कुछ हेल्प मिली होगी. एंड मुझे हिंदी में बात करना बहुत अच्छा लगता है, क्योंकि दिन भर तो हम यहाँ पे अंग्रेजी में ही बात करते हैं. हमें तो हिंदी में बात करना चाहिए, कभी कभी तो बात करनी चाहिए. तो इट्स गुड. किसी को कभी भी बात करनी हो, फील फ्री टू रीच आउट. एंड थैंक यू एवरीवन. I'll stop sharing and I'll see if there's any question I can answer.
Looks like we didn't get any during the live broadcast, but we might get it later in the comments as the videos are in YouTube. So when we get, we will share it to you, and we can share it to the attendees later.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Great. Thanks. Thanks for
Arun.
joining.
Bye.
But yeah.
Bye.
Great.
Hey everybody, and thanks for joining. We're going to talk today about some advanced PowerShell for primarily for remote SharePoint administration and inspection. We'll look at the uses of PowerShell for SharePoint and pulling some information out of SharePoint. Our target is really kind of exploring some PowerShell optimization techniques, and we leverage a lot of those techniques to talk to large SharePoint implementations and really pull away from leveraging local commandlets and doing a lot more from the perspective of automation at large scale, and talking about our tactics of how we do that. It wouldn't have to be just SharePoint that we're able to leverage these methods with. You can use them on any PowerShell connected system to talk to really any kind of web service you can authenticate to. Without further ado, we'll move through here. We'll talk to our sponsors. Thank you to Cloud Labs and the rest of the sponsor group. Our advanced PowerShell session is, I believe, just about 50 minutes. We'll leave some time for questions. I see that we will have a chat here, so if you have any questions, you can feel free to drop in any chat questions along the way, or if you've got audio, I think we can pop in and do audio. I have a moderator, so maybe they'll help out. So my name is Richard Toland. Hello, and I am the CTO for Focal Point Solutions, and we are a Microsoft partner shop. We focus primarily in the Microsoft Cloud in all things on-prem equivalent, so things like M365, Power Platform, SharePoint Online, Exchange, Teams, Planner, and then all of their on-prem equivalents. We do deal a lot in migrations and customization, both on-prem and online, as well as hybrid environments. So yeah, if you have any questions, feel free and reach out at any time. We can, me and my counterparts can help out through the community, and or if you're looking for some help otherwise, let us know. What we're going to talk about today, again, I mentioned our PowerShell optimization techniques. We will talk specifically to some of the methods that we've leveraged and how they're unique to SharePoint. And then we'll look at to abstract that, we'll look at how do you take these optimization techniques and push them out into other PowerShell methods for other systems as well. Because again, the methods are not unique to SharePoint. While the modules may be unique, or the commandlets may be unique to SharePoint, the methods for optimization and scale are not. And we'll call that out as we're going through it. Discussion of remote PowerShell situations and methodologies. And we're going to look at different ways that you can remote, that you can get information in or out of a system. We'll look at different use cases for remote PowerShell modules. When is an appropriate time to leverage an actual module, a formal module, versus kind of roll your own methods or functions. And then we'll talk about execution roles and what does that scope look like. And then lastly we'll look at we'll talk about some methods to get and set SharePoint information without PS session. Again, not necessarily unique to SharePoint, although the endpoint we're going to look at is a SharePoint endpoint. The API itself is a SharePoint API. It's a RESTful service. So anything that we're doing with RESTful servicing, in our example, you should be able to leverage with any RESTful service out there. So we can go ahead and move through here. All right, so let's talk about our remote PowerShell paradigms and what does that look like. You know, we for PowerShell itself, we're used to, as server admins, you're maybe used to an on-prem server or an IaaS implementation where you have a, air quotes, on-prem server in the cloud somewhere else, but it is on net, it's on-prem for you. And you know, maybe here I'm on my big Surface machine, and I'm locally connected to that IaaS server, and I would remote desktop into that machine, right? Our classic case is my remote. It looks like I would remote desktop directly into that machine. As I remote in, that builds my whole session, and in any PowerShell that I would run inside of that remote desktop session are bound to the PS sessions on that user ID, right? So when I'm logged onto that machine, any of the unless I've configured it otherwise, by default, the Windows server will have my PowerShell sessions set up so that when I log off or when I close out of my session, they'll kill that session for me. You can change that so you can keep active session, or regather your sessions along the way. But that's kind of our classic use case, right? Classic paradigm. I'm going to remote desktop into a server, and I'm going to crack open a PowerShell, and we'll see that as we're going through. I do have a demo where we're going to do some of this stuff on a demo VM. And then the next step beyond that, where I'm no longer bound to the remote desktop, right, is my actual remote terminal. And we in IT have been using remote terminals for at the dawn of the internet. So the PS session is our way to remote terminal into that server without ever having to remote desktop. So I can crack open my PS session locally on my machine, on my Windows 10 workstation, and I can open my PowerShell, and I can use a PS session. I can invoke a remote command, like a one-time, say, hey, go do this, give me some output, or don't. Or I can remote in interactively PS session to be interactive, and that's with inner PS session. We'll look at that in here in a few minutes. So that's usually what we would do. Going back to SharePoint, as SharePoint folks, SharePoint peoples, that's how we used to administer the servers, right? So we would say, okay, I need to go in and talk to some SharePoint websites, or talk to some SharePoint service applications, and I'm going to use PowerShell to do it. I'd remote desktop in, or I'd enter PS session. So then we fast track, right? And we moved to SharePoint Online. We went to BPOS, SharePoint 2010 Online, SharePoint Online, and then M365 and the SharePoint Online experience we know today in our modern world. Well, the SharePoint realm changed, right? So it locked out. There's no more, I want to remote into my SharePoint footing. There are no servers that we can remote into, right? In Office 365 Cloud across the board, there is no more Exchange server. There's no more, effectively no more SharePoint server that I can actually log into to do any remote desktop work with. You can, I mean, if in an IaaS scenario, sure, same thing over here, right? If I was in Azure and I wanted to say, in Azure, I've got my SharePoint farm up there, that's a different story. We're really talking about M365 services, Exchange or SharePoint, Teams administration. There's no server to log into. And so that leaves us just straight shell. And some of the beauty in that, beauty and curse, is that now I can do that shell from anywhere on the planet that I can connect from. Right? If my tenant is configured so that my conditional accesses will let me in securely, I can be on any device, platform agnostic. I can be on any device. I can connect up to my Azure portal. I can run PowerShell directly in the Azure portal tenant there, in the web app. As I'm logged onto my Azure management interface, or I can actually leverage my command shell from a Windows workstation, or now from Windows 365, right? Any device, anywhere on the planet. Pretty cool stuff. As that SPO management shell kind of came around, it said, okay, well, we know, here's, for SharePoint, again, SharePoint specific, it said, here's a management shell, right? And we see there's SharePoint management shell, there's Exchange management shell, and then all kinds of things you can do for Azure. At first, I think the SharePoint management shell was really kind of the first one I was exposed to, but the SPO management shell would bring in the commandlets for me to target that environment, right? So it knew I was going to talk to SharePoint Online. It would bring me the commandlets directly to me, so I didn't have to load up the modules myself in my local PS session, or excuse me, in my local PowerShell session. So what we would do is with those commandlets, we'd talk directly to the services, and we'd get lots of objects. We would do lots of device service or object manipulation, and with that came, a lot of really fat objects. It was a really chatty communication, and one of the ways that we my group along the way has kind of figured out, because we're a bunch of PowerShell geeks, we figured out, it's a lot faster if I don't get the whole object. I just get some attributes of an object. And it's even faster if I don't have to do the work to derive those objects. If I ask some service that's already derived it for me, and we have our little icon here for the search, right? Can you hear me? All right. Yeah. So with our icon, a little search icon here, enter search. This is the notion of letting the web services, letting the SharePoint platform itself do all the hard stuff for me. I don't need to derive all of the SharePoint sites anymore, or all the objects on my web platform, if I've already got a search index that I could query, and it's hidden behind a RESTful web service, or I should say it's exposed via a RESTful web service. So what's exciting about that, right? That optimizes a lot of the back and forth communication. It optimizes a lot of the object delivery and derivation, and it really optimizes the data that I'm collecting, because I'm not getting an entire object from my SharePoint platform anymore with 100 attributes to it. Now I'm only getting the attributes I've specifically asked for. And that's a key notion, right? So when you're thinking about PowerShell objects and how you're building collections across the board throughout everything you use PowerShell for today, memory management is key. And especially when you're really driving through, whether you're your PowerShell local or your PowerShell remote session or your PowerShell on runbooks, memory management is key. And optimizing your objects inside of collections, inside of your PowerShell scripts, as it executes top to bottom, you're stacking up a memory queue in flight, in memory, that is easily manageable through some better collection objects, for sure, some better collections. But the things you put in the collections, by optimizing the objects that you're collecting or the data that you're collecting to fit inside of your PowerShell collections. When I say PowerShell collections, right, what are we kind of talking about? So some common use cases that we would do, in the SharePoint world, right? On-prem, we used to say, hey, I'm going to talk about databases. PowerShell, help me out with some databases. Or I want to talk to the server objects. And a server object or a database object, they may have 10 to 100 attributes about them. What's the server name? What's the database size? What's a database name? What's a database server connection? Right, all kinds of different things that we would manipulate or we would do with PowerShell. As we're going through from an on-prem or an IaaS scenario, that's great. That changed as I stepped into, again, the online module, because some of those objects disappeared, right? I don't have full service management. I certainly don't have access to the databases. I do still have security management. I've still got some content discovery and content inventory, and the notion of leveraging PowerShell to manage, manipulate those objects, or trigger system upgrades or system provisioning. Those are core notions that are really, I think in the last year or two, they've really kind of evolved for M365. But really, it came back to the objects that you're trying to gather and to manipulate or manage are fat when you're on-prem and you just grab the whole object. When you're talking across the cloud, it's all about streamlining that conversation back and forth to cloud services, to your RESTful endpoints, and making sure that the objects themselves, so when you're doing content discovery, you may have, let's talk about a SharePoint Online system, and you say, hey, SharePoint, can you please give me all the documents in this SharePoint site? Well, you may have 10 documents. You may have 10 million documents throughout a single SharePoint site, right? The limits are astronomical when you're talking about SharePoint Online's hard set platform limitations. And And that's a really large collection, but maybe I don't need to know of every document that's out there. Maybe I don't need to know the author. Maybe I only want to know the size of it or the title, or maybe I only want to know about what's its expiration policy, right? Like, so I can ask specifically, I can ask through PowerShell to say, give me all those documents, but only give me their titles. And that takes a memory object from really big inside of memory. That object is gobbling up all kinds of space for all the attribution. If I take the whole object, if I ask for just the one sliver of that, I'm really minimizing how much memory I'm using, and that optimizes my processing power as I'm going through all of the collections of those maybe 10 million documents that are out there. Right, so that can be a lot of data, right? So how do we deal with that? We say not all objects are alike. So it depends on how you're gathering, I would say. And PowerShell does a fair job at auto casting or automatically typing objects. Newer PowerShell is better than older PowerShell used to be. But as you're going through, it does matter how you're casting objects in data. So if you're, we say here in nested collections inside of memory. So maybe I have an array, and inside of my array, I've put hash tables in it, or I've put JSON nested data collections or data structures inside of an array. Those can bloat, right? They can get really big and fat. And in your memory, in your optimization and your process optimization, that can get really daunting for really large collections. So be advised and kind of pay attention to that as you're going through. But the objects themselves are not always cast the same. They're not always cast alike. And when you say, hey, PowerShell, I need an array of numbers 1 through 10, you may get a different array type if you say, hey, I have a collection of JSON, just stick it into an array, right? Hey, here you go, PowerShell, collect all these up into an array. Well, when that happens, PowerShell can change the data type on the collections, and that may manipulate how you interface to that collection and how .NET can read from that collection, right? So there's faster ways to specifically type. I'll say if there are ways to specifically type data going in and out of collections, if you're really into optimization there, so that the collections of, let's call it collections of GUIDs, by specifically typing GUIDs, now you can address the GUID with GUID methods inside that collection and not have to recast it or retype it on the way out of the collection when I want to address one of the items in the collection, pull it out and then type it. If it's pre-typed going into the collection, I've already got methods I can address the objects inside that collection for what they are, say a GUID or a varchar or a number. We do also say here that the object attributes can be addressed without caching the object. You don't need the whole thing, right? Just to reiterate, you don't need the whole thing. You can ask for just a specific attribute. And then XML and JSON data structures are cast in different ways. Like I kind of alluded to JSON, but they do have memory impacts depending on how you're going to address the data that comes out. Common memory management stuff, right? So when we're talking, again, specifically to SharePoint here in this example, but this could be any object, Exchange objects, right? Users, groups, Active Directory objects, Teams objects, you name it. So any of the services that are available up there in commandlets on the Office 365 or Microsoft 365 platform, any of those objects are fat. When you're dealing with the whole thing, they're really fat in memory. They take up a fair portion of space. And when you're dealing in millions of objects now, that gets really expensive. So to thin them out, grab just your attributes if you can. If it's SP object or Exchange object, grab just those attributes. And then when we talk about, right, so over here to kind of correlate with our XML versus JSON, that's kind of your classic web service scenario, right? So, hey, web service, I need some data. In a SOAP service world, they would spit out big, ugly XML, which is heavy. That's really heavy. To thin it out, try to talk to REST And even with REST, I would say couple that with ask the RESTful service. If it's an OData RESTful service, ask it specifically for the attributes you care about. Hey, OData, please give me, here's my OData request for, please give me only the title and the created date fields about said object in Exchange or in SharePoint or whatever. That RESTful web service will send you back only that data, and it comes back in a JSON format, which is really lightweight. All right, so we're speeding things up a bit, right? So we said, I think I can make them smaller and faster by asking for only attributes. Great. Step one. Step two is think about how you're collecting those. The type of collection that you use matters in your speed and your process optimization. And so we'll kind of talk through that, right? So if I asked for, if I said, hey, PowerShell, just give me an array. PowerShell is going to give me a collection object that is just of type PowerShell array. It itself is rather fat in memory, and it'll have its own level of bloat and some limitations in how you interface with it. Were you to say, hey, PowerShell, I'd like to leverage a .NET or a casted hash table. Instead of an array, I like to use a hash table. That's searchable or indexable. It's a little bit smaller of an object type instead of in memory than an array, and it's directly indexable and searchable. I can address items in it with some search methods. And if I go one step farther for memory management, kind of the next level is in your collection type would be the .NET Q, right? Which is the best of both worlds. It's flexible memory where the .NET Q will grow as you add things to it. So you would enqueue into your .NET Q, and as you dequeue, it's first in, first out. It will shrink itself in memory, so it gets smaller again as I dequeue the objects out of the collection. While they're in the collection, I can read it from it either as an array. I can enumerate saying, give me everything that's in the array, show me everything in here, or I can say hash table search wise, look through the array, find me a specific object inside of that array. I want only that one. So as I'm going through the array, I can either enumerate the whole thing, just like an array, the .NET collection queue. I can enumerate the whole thing as if it was an array. I can search a single out of it like it was a hash table, or I can trim it back down by shaving off the top one, saying dequeue this one, dequeue this one, dequeue this one, dequeue this one. As they come off the queue, again, it shrinks in memory, which is speeding up your process efficiency and your expense of memory consumption, again, especially for really large online collections. So .NET collections and methods are better for sure than your just automatically casted PowerShell collection methods. And then inside of your collections, again, make sure you're asking only for the attributes if you can. Say, I only want the title, I only want the dates. When you do that, you can type those as well, especially in a .NET Q. It's really nice because a .NET Q, if you're leveraging that elastic queue, it's not object specific. So the collection doesn't necessarily need to have every object I put in that queue be the exact same object. They can be different data types, and they can be different casted data types. So then you get additional search methods, right, with a hash search methods saying, hey, I'd like to look inside of this collection for type objects numbers, and I'm looking for a number that's greater than or equal to this specific value. So you do have some search capabilities in there by type as well, which really helps by trimming down your data that's going into it and then optimizing your search to get values, specifically values out of it. And then we do say here for, again, going back to SP objects, if you're enumerating collections or you're doing changes to the SP objects, it's really good for you to leverage the .update methods. There are several objects themselves. If I have an object, say an SP site, SharePoint site, or an Exchange user, and I make a change to it for better memory management, it's better to update that object as I manipulate it than to residually leave it in memory and then update the entire collection at once. It's faster to do it at the time of execution. It's more performant, I should say, to do it at the time of execution than it is to enumerate the entire collection and say update all at the end of it. Because effectively, you've enumerated that collection twice, right? You said, hey, I want to grab the object out, I want to make a change to it. That was enumerate one object out and make a change. And then I go back and say enumerate all to then update them. If I've already got the object, update it while you can. Make your change and then commit your updates as you can and dispose. If you don't need it anymore, dispose of it. One nice thing about the queue is a .NET queue, again, I've already dequeued it from my collection to address it, handle it, update it, and be done with it, and it's gone. And then I gather the output of that into another queue. So if it errored on me or it spit out a success message, I can process those all from another queue afterwards. Yeah, so common memory management things, we say, unmanaged arrays, they're expensive. They're really costly, memory-wise, performance-wise. And, when you're talking, especially, let's say that I go from my remote and I've evolved all the way up to the cloud, and I want to leverage the power of the cloud for my automation tactics now. We're talking PowerShell runbooks or PowerShell Azure functions. That gets expensive when I have really long or really large collections that are unmanaged arrays, and they're not elastic arrays or elastic collections. That's really expensive because it stows it in memory the entire time that runbook or that function is going. So you could be talking about a 10 to 50% increase on your cost just by memory usage, as you're measured by util to pay for that kind of stuff in your Azure automation, your cloud automation. And that's not unique to Azure as well, right? Or runbooks or Azure functions. If you're looking at, Lambdas, if you're out there in the cloud and you're programming Lambdas, it's the same notion. Collect, if you think back to legacy, I don't want to call it legacy. Think back to early days of that .NET 4.0 web design when everybody was really harping on VVM, and it's the same notion, right? Every time I want to gather data, I should model my view and view my model. Tell the service, tell the object what you want to see, and then only look at what you want to see so that you're not dealing with the entire object or the entire service collection. Really, it helps a lot with your memory management and long-term expense. All right, so yeah, .NET queues are great, or .NET hash tables if you need a persistent collection. Whoop, not that far. So let's go back. We're going to do some demos on these things. So I'm going to pop back here, and let's go look at some demos on our objects. Right, so let's talk about in our discussion remote PowerShell paradigms. And I'm going to share off a server real quick here. Share off a couple servers here. We will start this one and connect to that one too. Connect, share the screen. If there are any questions or comments, anybody can feel free to toss in any questions or comments in there while I'm going. Stop this, share a screen. Let's share a window called this server. Okay. So hopefully you guys can see this server now. Yeah, there we go. And in this server, so this is a SharePoint server. It is just a standard SharePoint 2019 server. You can see up here, 19 SharePoint 19 app server. It's actually a single server SharePoint farm. Not that that matters to PowerShell peoples, but what we're going to do here is we're going to leverage the SharePoint 2019 management shell. Remember, so there's a couple ways I could, in the legacy days, I would say just give me a PowerShell session. And I get PowerShell, 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 all these different PowerShell options. What's the deal? So remember me saying Windows PowerShell, that's what I get with my OS, baseline OS, or upgraded after that, different versions of PowerShell along the way. The Windows PowerShell would need modules included to get my commandlets in. So used to be, I'd have to fire up PowerShell and say, go add SharePoint module, go add Exchange module, go add module. And then we went into these special ones where we'd say, okay, cool. I know I'm going to talk to specifically typed modules for specific platform, Exchange module or SharePoint module or Active Directory module. And well, let's just have a management shell that already loads that stuff up for me. It's a cheater way to do it. That's great. And now we're kind of back to the same thing where I'll load up a module to talk to the SharePoint online, but then I'm also loading into that one. I'll fire up and ask for modules for Azure. I'll ask for Active Directory, Exchange. I'll ask for Teams modules or Graph modules. So we're kind of back to the same paradigm, right? Where I'm asking and gathering up from everywhere. But so let's grab this. So I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna say, okay, SharePoint 2019 management shell. That pulls me in local SharePoint, local farm on this server. And when this fires up, you'll notice it pulled me in the modules. And if I wanted to, I could say, show me all the commands for something that is SP. We'll call it web, something like this. Show me everything that's like that. Oh, look at that. There's lots of those. So I've got options to get and set all kinds of information. I can get an SP web. I can get an SP web whole SP web application. I can get a whole web site. I can get a farm. Let's try that. Let's see, get SP farm. Let's see, it's going to talk to the farm and say, oh, yep, cool, I found you. It says it's online. That's great. Let's try one other one. Let's say get, what was one of those ones up there? SP web application. All right, you'll notice I hit tab there. It autofilled my command. You guys probably already know all this stuff, but as I hit tab and it autofilled my commandlet, and I can see through my IntelliSense here, it's already suggested which method that was. If I kept tabbing through, it would show me more. I see that I have one web app here. It looks like SP19 Kerberos for my proxied web application. This specific farm was set up to demo up Azure AD proxy, leveraging Azure MFA to show me the SharePoint web applications on it. And here, because it's running, if I was to grab this, I'm guessing I could fire that up and see what's in that web app. Well, it'll probably take a minute or two, I'm sure. All right, well, let's keep going with this. So you'll see I have two objects here. I have a display name and a URL, two properties that it shows me. Those are the default properties that this commandlet is configured to show me by default. So it says get the objects, show me, select those attributes by default. All right, well, let's see. What if I had other attributes in there? Maybe I said, okay, show me, let's cast it. I want to say, show me WAPs, web apps. And that equals get SP web application. What am I doing? I'm saying, make me a collection. Hey, PowerShell, down here, oh, look at me. Make me a collection, please, of whatever I throw in here. That's the one I said not to use. If you remember, that's the expensive PowerShell automatically casted collection type. And I don't recommend you do that. This is great for freeform here, but when you're actually running these or building these to be specifically or very performant managed scripts, you know, in your automation stack, you would never do it like this. You would actually say, hey, I want a collection of SP web applications or Exchange groups. You know, you would cast the type so that you then have better method management or method availability for the objects coming out of that collection when you want them. But here, we're just demoing this, right? So do as I say, not as I do. We're just demoing here. So I'm going to say, give me the web apps. All right, well, right now, how many's in there? So let's see. We have WAPs. How many do I have? Why is it not typing? No. Count. Oh, okay. All right, it was typing. WAPs count. Looks like 1. Okay, so I have 1 here. That's good. Now, what if I say this? I'm going to say, give me an SP web application. But I want to say also include central admin, because there's actually 2 web applications on the farm. You always get at least a minimum of 1. That's your central admin farm. Point is, I have now a collection of 2 objects. What are those 2 objects? Let's look. Again, I'm going to say, hey, show me what's in here. You'll notice I get those 2. When it cast the objects, it said these are the 2 attributes I want you to show. But watch this. I'm going to say, okay, single object, WAPs of 0, index of 0, 0. Index of 0, I want to see what's in you. So let's do a get member. Show me what's in there. Wow, that's a lot of attributes. If I'm scrolling up here, look at all these things. I didn't need all this in my memory, right? Maybe I only wanted this URL because I was trying to find out what web app to go to. I only want that URL. Let's try this a little differently. So if I'm only going to ask you for the specific URL, right? Let's try this. I'm going to say get SP web applications, but only select the attribute for URL. Now how many do I have? 2. I have 2 again. What are those 2? Whoops, WAPs. Now I have only 2 with only the attribute for URL, right? That's different than what I got before when I got both of the attributes, actually all of the attributes, the entire objects in 2 different displays. What happens if I do my get member again? I'm going to do WAPs of 0 get member. Look at that. How small is that? Really small, really fast. This in particular says, okay, you're a generic collection of generic things, right? The type that came in here was a generic, the collection itself. Here, let's do this. I'm going to do WAPs, and I want to see get member. All right. Oh, no, sorry, I enumerated that one. So the WAPs itself is a generic collection type, and it automatically cast them in as SP administration web applications, but then only took the single property, not the whole object. Right, so that's really important from a memory management perspective. So now if I said, hey, SharePoint Online, I'd like to have all the documents that are out there in the entire SharePoint world. Well, you could be talking millions of items, right? So it's really better to just say, oh, I just need their URL or their title or their, again, expiration policy. Maybe I want the publisher or the editor, creator, something like that. You can go gather just that attribute and keep your memory management a lot smaller. Okay. So I said, hey, I would love to gather up all the objects that are in here, but maybe I need something a little better. Instead of me gathering hundreds of these or thousands of these, I'm going to I want WAPs to be a little bit different, and I'm going to take it and I want to show you something here. I'm going to gather with a .NET Q. Let me gather because I always forget the syntax. It is .NET Q like this. All right, so I go. WAPs is now going to be .NET Q. New object, system.collections.q, .NET Q. All right, so now, what does that mean? So instead of, I can do a plus equals to add things in, or .add for a .NET hash or collection array. Instead of that, now I get a enqueue function. So I'm going to flip this around. I would say, instead of just saying WAPs equals go get me this stuff, I'm going to say, I'm going to get the SP web application. I'm going to get all of them. I'm going to select only their URLs. And then for each of those, for each of those, I'm going to output that one into, or I'm going to enqueue that now into my .NET collection queue here, this WAPS queue. So let's do that. So I'm going to take this URL and I'm going to put that. Oops, sorry. I want WAPS dot. Here's the method. It's called enqueue this object's URL like this. All right. So what are we looking at here? So I'm going to take this queue and I'm going to enqueue another one, which puts it into the queue. And what I'm putting in there is this $_ value for the URL that was selected from the web app as it's going through the enumeration. All right, so hit it. How many do I have? WAPS.count. 2. Now if I do WAPS and I say hit it, it enumerates for me. This looks an awful lot like what I had up here, right? Same deal. Now watch what happens. If I had, so now imagine hundreds of these, millions of these, 100 millions of these. You probably wouldn't do that, but maybe millions of these. And we'll do WAPS, okay? And I'm going to do, instead of enqueue, now I want to dequeue that one. I'm going to pull that out. And I'm going to put it somewhere else. So I'm going to say dequeue an object. No, I had to spell it right. dequeue the first object on the stack. So what is this going to do? This is going to take a single object off the stack. Now, if I had a million of these, let's just call it 1,000, right? So for 1,000 of these, I put them all in the collection, and I've expanded that collection up like this. And I said, great. Now, while you're not 0, I want you to shrink back down to 0. And I'm going to dequeue and process every item that's on the top of that list. So kick one out, process it, move on to the next one. Kick one out, process, kick it, process, kick it, process. So the queue is just like that, right? It's the notion of a queue, first in, first out. So I'm going to dequeue one of these, and I get one right off the top. I get the first one that I put in that list, which was this 6667 app, and that one's the first one out. Now, if I look at WAPS, apps.count, now I'm down to 1. So I'm shrinking that collection all the way back down. And I would say, hey, do a while loop, right? So maybe I'll do it again. Watch this. I'm going to keep throwing stuff in there. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Over and over and over again. Now, whoops, let's do WAPS.count. How many do I have? Because I didn't cast it over and over again. I was only filling it up. I was only enqueuing things over and over again. Right, so now if I did WAPS, show me the thing. How many's in there? Oh, cool. Now I have a lot more. So I can do a while loop, right? So I'll say while. Let me grab one of these. It is while this object's count, WAPS.count, not equals 0. We're going to dequeue that one. We're going to do WAPS.dequeue. Do that. I'm going to take one right off the top, okay? And let's see what happens. It's going to spit them all out. And what happened to WAPS? Oops. Empty. Empty. So it's great for elastic memory management. Out you go. What if I needed to do something with that, right? So, okay, we've taken the paradigm here. We said, I'm logged in local. I got a collection, whatever. Maybe I'm in a remote session and I want to do some remote collection. Maybe I don't even want to log onto this server. I just want to say, hey, enter PS session, kick out a collection call to the farm, right? So I'm on my local Windows 10 workstation. I say, go get me all those web applications. How would I do that? I'm going to kick over and show you that from another Windows workstation where I've got it already scripted up. And we'll take a look at that one. So let me share this one. We will stop share there, share another screen. Back to this one. And I want, all right, here we go. All right, so let me go back to here. And we're going to look at the same kind of notion, right? So here I have Here I've got a stack of scripts up here. I've got some .NET queues that I'm building. One of these says it's a master job status. I'll come back to that in a minute. But maybe I've got that same thing. I want to go and get some web apps, but I don't ever want to log onto the server. I just want to issue the command and have it spit me back or collect me back this stuff. So I set that up as what's called a script block that I'm going to send for remote execution. And effectively, I say, hey, this is my script block. It looks like this. It's in a kind of a open and close curly brace. In the script block, I say, go add me some stuff. I need to talk to some SharePoint stuff. Maybe you're talking to Exchange or Active Directory, whatever. But you gather up your script block, and then you say, hey, so if I have my command, like great, I'm going to use it. Go get me the SP web apps. And when I'm done, go ahead and close that up, right? So I'm finished with this, memory managed, throw out any errors that I need. But as it's regurgitating this back out, that kicks out each one of those web applications, right? So you saw me do get SP web application, including my central admin. I want to select its URL value. This is the same thing that we just did on-prem in my little server here. That's the same thing we did remote desktop into the local shell, but instead I'm going to wrap it up as a script block, and then I'm going to invoke that script block. So here, when I want to invoke that script block, whoops, let's do a find, and I want to find invoke script block. So we're going to come through here, and I'm going to say, hey, listen, nope, that's where we're using it. There it is. So here's how we would invoke that remotely. So I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to gather some stuff back. This is the values I'm going to get back from a remote invoke. The remote invoke says, I don't ever actually want to touch that server. I just want it to happen, right? So send it off to the server. It's going to send me the stuff back. So send it out, come back. I'm not logging in. I'm not entering PS session. I don't need it to be residual or persistent. I just need to talk to that server and give me some info back. This is the precursor to what we're going to do for the web service here in a second. So the invoke command says, great, where am I talking to? What server am I talking to? How am I going to get there with some credentials? And then I'm going to use something called CredSSP because of second hop concerns in the service layer for SharePoint. And then as I go through under script blocks, so as I mentioned, I'm using that invoke get web apps function that we looked up before. This is going to spit me out into this collection. It's going to spit me out those those URLs that we asked it for in the script block. With that collection, then I'm going to move on to the next wave, right? So this is me. I parse through each of the web apps. I say, go a little further, invoke another command to get me some more data, and then queue that information to my .NET queue. If I just wanted those web app URLs, I could say, hey, for each of those web app URLs, and queue that to web apps queue. Instead, I wanted to go one step farther. I said, for each of those web apps, go into those web apps and invoke another command on that server name saying, hey, please go get me all the SP webs. I want all the webs from every web application that's out there, right? So that's the little SharePoint sites. Go fetch me all those objects. So maybe like a synonymous in Exchange would be, hey, go give me all the groups by specific names, or no, go give me all the groups, and in all the groups, go get me all the users. And in all the users, go get me their UPNs or their email addresses, and then queue those into a .NET queue, right? How many of you have an organization of 1,000 or 10,000 users, 100,000 users, right? So that's an enqueued group structure, enqueued group member management for a specific group to say, hey, I have the everybody group, 100,000 users, enqueued in memory, ready to go for DQ and process. We recently wrote one of those to run in Azure that says, find me everybody in the everybody group, find the users that are in the everybody group, the custom everybody group for a specific business unit. Let's call it HR's everybody. It was 1,000 folks. Those 1,000 folks needed a license. So as we dequeued that queue, gather up 1,000, take one off the top, assign a license. Take one off top, assign a license. Right? It's really elastic. And then we put it in an Azure runbook so it runs daily or runs on a regular schedule. So if anybody got crazy and started turning off licenses, this would reallocate that license back. So super handy. All right, so remote invoke is another method to quickly, easily leverage some remote stuff. Now, if I didn't ever want to talk to the server, everything I showed you so far is me deriving the information. I had to do the hard work. I said, please give me the web apps. Inside of that web application, give me all the sites. Inside of those sites, give me all the SP webs. And maybe I took it even farther too. Give me all the documents that are inside that. So what if I didn't want to do the derivation, right? So what if I just said, hey, you know what? Somebody else did the hard work for me. SharePoint is a platform that has its own built-in search engine, which is pretty handy. And maybe I didn't ever want to derive those webs myself. I just wanted SharePoint's search engine, who's already done all that hard work, to give it to me directly. And this could be any search, right? Or any web service period, right? If it's an OData web service, you can leverage PowerShell to talk to that web service endpoint and say, hey, can I please have the collection of information from you? What we do is we take this and we do one of two things. One, we say the goal of this specific script that we're looking at in our example was to gather information from SharePoint site collections and subsite hierarchy. That can be synonymous with, gather a collection of objects and their attributes. And do that. The best way for us to do that is talk to somebody who's already done all that hard work for you, called the search engine. The Graph API is a fantastic, I would say, parallel to what we do here in the search engine. Graph will provide very similar kind of construct where you say, hey, Graph endpoint, I need this information about some objects. Please give me these attributes. So what we do is we stack up we go through and we stack up what the structure for the query builder pieces look like for the RESTful endpoint, right? And that looks like, hey, so I've got some site, whatever it is. Here's my endpoint, my API, search API. So this looks like Graph, right? If I was talking to API Graph, same kind of construct. They are OData-based RESTful web services. So I can say, hey, Graph, can I please have method and filters? So method here and filters. So my filters are robust. In this specific example, I said, hey, listen, I would like to get to, everything, all the attributes, or maybe one attribute instead of all, but maybe one attribute about, and I'm going to page these out at 1,000 at a time, please. About something called, let's see, these are the attributes I wanted: path, site name, title, refinement filters, etc. So I'm on my refinement filters. I'm saying I'd like all the objects in these properties, path, site name, title, about those that are classified as a site or a web object. In exchange, I would say as a user or a group, right? In teams, maybe a team or a channel. Let's sort it by something, by its path descending, blah, 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 blah. And then on this, I said, okay, cool. Because it comes back as a JSON collection, this is the data structure that I want. I want the sync root value to give me the collection from JSON on the return payload. Web service gives me back that return, and then I enqueue it. I send that right to the queue. So we build all that stuff up. We come down here, we say, hey, web service, can I please have? And as it comes down, we do a call. Where is it? Enqueue and dequeue. So we've got a function that's defined, this dequeue for memory management, where we actually call the web service, gather the information, and then we go through that function. So let's go look at that function real fast. Comment. Bring this up. Functions. And we're looking for, nope, dequeue for memory management. And I'm not seeing functions. Oh, locals, sorry. Local functions, here it is, process collected stuff, dequeue for memory management. Go get it, right? So this is kind of what we saw, what we did on our local. We said, hey, while I've got stuff that's in my queue, the RESTful endpoint gave me data back and I put it in my site queue. So for each of those site queues, I want you to go ahead and dequeue one of those things as I'm going through the churn, gather up the site queue that was returned back from the search endpoint, Search gave me a collection. Those all went into a queue called site URLs queue. For each of those queues, I want you to spit this out to do some work. And the way that we do work at massive scale is we're leveraging something called jobs. We actually take the jobs, process the queue, spit it out to PowerShell jobs, and each of those runs as an independent PowerShell thread to do some work and spit out some data. To do the job or create the job, we actually do a start job here. We give it a name and the value that came from the DQ to say, I want you to take this as an enter to a script block, execute that job on a remote server, go give me the data, and then come back. And when it returns, then we pull that back. We actually get the job statuses, we DQ those from the job status, and then we send those into another queue that's in processing for a requeue. So we send that to the queue job master status, which is our master output, and we send that out for logs. So effectively we said, gather up all the sites and DQ them to be smaller. As they're DQing, each one of those is spitting out jobs. And as all those jobs are processing, all the data that's coming out of those jobs for the things that they were told to do, maybe it's go optimize the document library, go delete the permissions, go do new groups or new nav, whatever. And then the output from those gets bigger and we log it, and then we DQ to do logging. So it's a cascade flex. It goes up and down, up and down, up and down as we go through each one of these things. And that saves on performance and memory. Also saves on execution time as you're getting all the way through into the line, and pushes you all the way out to a lot better optimization and a lot faster threads. So, to bring it all home, leverage your .NET queues as much as you can. Only ask for the attributes that you care about. Even when you're talking to search or a RESTful endpoint, only ask for the attributes that you care about. Only collect those things that you need to execute what you want, and try to talk to a RESTful endpoint instead of doing the work to derive all your objects, because some other endpoint's already done it, especially when you're talking about online services. So on-prem, search is your best friend. Online, search is your best friend for SharePoint specific stuff. I would say for SharePoint specific. On-prem and online, search is your best friend. For everything else in Microsoft 365, Graph is your best friend. You can get a lot of information from Graph, and really helps with your collections and your process optimization. And so I think we're done. That's it. Thank you. I appreciate your time, and thanks for coming.
Thanks a lot, Richard, for joining us. That was a wonderful session.
Thanks.
Techaholic was conceptualized in mid-2018 as an open community platform. Techaholic connects industry professionals, vertical experts, and learners together, bringing real-world relevance and career exposure for enhanced learning. Our vision is to enable professionals and organizations to achieve more through the community collaboration. Our mission is to nurture industry-ready professionals who can enhance nosiness outcomes with skills on upcoming technology landscape. And our values are to make everyone shine by sharing our knowledge, bringing honor to individuals, encouraging innovation by using the latest technology, networking to enhance collaboration, and encouraging excellence in technology-enabled solutions. We are creating communities with the motto of Go Far, Go Together. We empower individuals to achieve more through their skills without worrying about anything else. We help our community members to become industry-renowned, self-dependent professionals. To achieve industry recognitions, you can join our community to work with our existing industry-renowned community leaders. Our community leaders could mentor you and provide the stage to work with local and global communities. Mentors can lead you to the next level of growth. Techaholic empowers individuals to achieve their career aspirations by connecting them with the right mentors who are proven industry veterans and subject matter experts. Internships help you with real-world experience. Today's students are tomorrow's leaders, so we will not leave you alone. We have open internship programs to onboard technology enthusiastic students through formal process. Lead your digital transformation assisted by our industry veterans and technology community experts. Our designs are centered around business and technical requirements. We optimize your cloud designs to enhance administration and user experience. We secure your cloud with defense in depth. We provide guidance on cloud governance and compliance. Techaholic can also help you solve problems like lack of flexibility in capacity and cost optimizations, time to execute, efficient remote working, and infrastructure monitoring. Techaholic is making it easier for both freelancers and organizations by inventing a new way of working with freelancers globally. As a freelancer, you can choose your assignments either through your own network or through our network. We take care of all the onboarding tasks so that you only focus on your assignment. We are continuously growing our community to help individuals and organizations in capability building with skill-based learning. In the ever-changing job roles, we are extending the learning outreach by nurturing the future-ready and most desired professionals in the industry. We bring together a large array of technology professionals with varied industrial accreditations, eager to help build enterprise solutions and enable the learners. Now let's look at some of the popular industry certification courses offered by Techaholic. Techaholic was conceptualized in mid-2018 as an open community platform. Techaholic connects industry professionals, vertical experts, and learners together, bringing real-world relevance and career exposure for enhanced learning. Our vision is to enable professionals and organizations to achieve more through the community collaboration. Our mission is to nurture industry-ready professionals who can enhance nosiness outcomes with skills on upcoming technology landscape. And our values are to make everyone shine by sharing our knowledge, bringing honor to individuals, encouraging innovation by using the latest technology, networking to enhance collaboration, and encouraging excellence in technology-enabled solutions. We are creating communities with the motto of Go Far, Go Together. We empower individuals to achieve more through their skills without worrying about anything else. We help our community members to become industry-renowned, self-dependent professionals. To achieve industry recognitions, you can join our community to work with our existing industry-renowned community leaders. Our community leaders could mentor you and provide the stage to work with local and the global communities. Mentors can lead you to the next level of growth. Techaholic empowers individuals to achieve their career aspirations by connecting them with the right mentors who are proven industry veterans and subject matter experts. Internships help you with real-world experience. Today's students are tomorrow's leaders, so we will not leave you alone. We have open internship programs to onboard technology enthusiastic students through formal process. Lead your digital transformation assisted by our industry veterans and technology community experts. Our designs are centered around business and technical requirements. We optimize your cloud designs to enhance administration and user experience. We secure your cloud with defense in depth. We provide guidance on cloud governance and compliance. Techaholic can also help you solve problems like lack of flexibility in capacity and cost optimizations, time to execute, efficient remote working, and infrastructure monitoring. Techaholic is making it easier for both freelancers and organizations by inventing a new way of working with freelancers globally. As a freelancer, you can choose your assignments either through your own network or through our network. We take care of all the onboarding tasks so that you only focus on your assignment. We are continuously growing our community to help individuals and organizations in capability building with skill-based learning. In the ever-changing job roles, we are extending the learning outreach by nurturing the future-ready and most desired professionals in the industry. We bring together a large array of technology professionals with varied industrial accreditations, eager to help build enterprise solutions and enable the learners. Now let's look at some of the popular industry certification courses offered by Techaholic. Techaholic was conceptualized in mid-2018 as an open community platform. Techaholic connects industry professionals, vertical experts, and learners together, bringing real-world relevance and career exposure for enhanced learning. Our vision is to enable professionals and organizations to achieve more through the community collaboration. Our mission is to nurture industry-ready professionals who can enhance nosiness outcomes with skills on upcoming technology landscape. And our values are to make everyone shine by sharing our knowledge, bringing honor to individuals, encouraging innovation by using the latest technology, networking to enhance collaboration, and encouraging excellence in technology-enabled solutions. We are creating communities with the motto of Go Far, Go Together. We empower individuals to achieve more through their skills without worrying about anything else. We help our community members to become industry-renowned, self-dependent professionals. To achieve industry recognitions, you can join our community to work with our existing industry-renowned community leaders. Our community leaders could mentor you and provide the stage to work with local and global communities. Mentors can lead you to the next level of growth. Techaholic empowers individuals to achieve their career aspirations by connecting them with the right mentors who are proven industry veterans and subject matter experts. Internships help you with real-world experience. Today's students are tomorrow's leaders, so we will not leave you alone. We have open internship programs to onboard technology enthusiastic students through formal process. Lead your digital transformation assisted by our industry veterans and technology community experts. Our designs are centered around business and technical requirements. We optimize your cloud designs to enhance administration and user experience. We secure your cloud with defense in depth. We provide guidance on cloud governance and compliance. Techaholic can also help you solve problems like lack of flexibility in capacity and cost optimizations, time to execute, efficient remote working, and infrastructure monitoring. Techaholic is making it easier for both freelancers and organizations by inventing a new way of working with freelancers globally. As a freelancer, you can choose your assignments either through your own network or through our network. We take care of all the onboarding tasks so that you only focus on your assignment. We are continuously growing our community to help individuals and organizations in capability building with skill-based learning. In the ever-changing job roles, we are extending the learning outreach by nurturing the future-ready and most desired professionals in the industry. We bring together a large array of technology professionals with varied industrial accreditations, eager to help build enterprise solutions and enable the learners. Now let's look at some of the popular industry certification courses offered by Techaholic.
Hey Rob, we are live. We can hear you.
Very nice. I am so excited. From build script to Dockerfile, let's dive in. I'm so excited to be here at the DevOps and PowerShell and Cloud Conference because this talk really kind of encompasses all of those pieces. Let's build up a build script, and then let's flip that over into a Docker file so that we can automate this with containers. Here's the part where I tell you I am definitely going to post the slides on my site tonight. And I've been the attendee chasing the speaker, and it's never worked very well for me either, which is why you can go to robrich.org right now and click on presentations here at the top. And here's from build script to Dockerfile. The slides and the code up on GitHub are online right now. Head over to robrich.org, click on presentations, and you'll see that content. While you're here on robrich.org, let's click on About Me and see some of the things that I've done recently. I'm a Cyril developer advocate. If you want to talk about database security, I would love to bend your ear. I'm also a Microsoft MVP, a Docker captain, and a friend of Redgate. Let me tell you about AZ Give Camp. AZ Give Camp brings volunteer developers together with charities to build free software. We start Friday after work. Sunday afternoon, we deliver that completed software to the charities. Sleep is optional, caffeine provided. If you're in Phoenix, come join us for the next AZ Give Camp. Or if you'd like a Give Camp here in India or wherever you're connecting from, hit me up on email or Twitter, and let's get a Give Camp in your neighborhood too. Some of the other things that I do a lot with Docker and Kubernetes training and consulting. And so if you have that problem, hit me up and let's see what we can do. One of the things I'm particularly proud of, I replied to a .NET Rocks podcast episode. They read my comment on the air and they sent me a mug. Woohoo! So there's my claim to fame, my coveted .NET Rocks mug. So let's dig in. You can grab these slides from robrich.org. And so let's take a look at from build script to Dockerfile. We talked about this guy, DevOps. When we start building a DevOps pipeline, what do we mean by that? Where did it come from? How did we build this? Originally, Toyota created this methodology of lean manufacturing. And so in Toyota, the goal was to eliminate waste, to continually improve, to empower the team, ultimately to build quality into their process. Now, they did this with a mechanism of creating consistency in their building. We have similar goals in DevOps where we're trying to automate all the things. We're trying to improve reliability, consistency, and reduce cost. Now, the cool part about this is computers are now cheaper than people. And so if we can automate these things, we can get the reliability that comes with getting machines to do this. And we can also reduce cost by getting the machines to do this. It turns out machines are really good at doing repetitive tasks where people generally aren't. Here's a DevOps pipeline. Now, what's unique about this DevOps pipeline is that it starts with a user suggestion and ends with user feedback. Now, all DevOps pipelines should start with customers and end with customers because we are delivering value for customers. If your DevOps pipeline doesn't include customers, I would invite you to revisit your DevOps pipeline and include customers in that process. We start with a customer suggestion. We'll maybe put that in a task tracking system. When the time comes, a developer will check out that code, build that feature, commit it, and a build server will then kick off, run some tests, and finally deploy it to a pre-production environment where more tests can be done. Once we get the thumbs up that it's ready to go, we can push that to production and deliver customer value and get feedback on that. And the feedback becomes customer suggestions that can begin that pipeline again. Now, the beauty of this pipeline is, say, for example, we have failing tests. We can stop the pipeline at this point, take that additional feedback, and resume this process. Now, perhaps in the case of a failing test, it will go back to recoding that feature rather than a new task on the backlog. But that's that process. When we talk about shift left, we're talking about shortening the distance between developer building the feature and getting feedback that maybe that feature isn't up to snuff. So we shift left in the DevOps pipeline. So the principles of DevOps, the principles of continuous integration, we are building in a neutral environment. It's identical every time and no exceptions. We're not going to jump around this DevOps pipeline just because it's urgent or because we need to, whatever. This is a consistent build that happens every time. Now, we do want it to happen quickly and efficiently. And so we want to build this process to run as intensely as possible and perhaps as parallelly as possible, as distributed as possible, so that we can ensure that we deliver quality with every build. So let's dig into the build. Now, as we start doing the build, we can get to various levels of automation. If we're just doing things manually, we might move from development through source control through our build server, and then ultimately copy that content to a test server and move it to production. And we'll do each of these manually. As we get to DevOps, there's various levels of automation and thus various levels of maturity through our DevOps pipeline. As a developer builds content and commits it to source code, if we just kick off a build, that's continuous integration. If we can get that build automatically deployed to a pre-production environment, that is continuous delivery. And if we can validate the content in pre-prod and automatically then push it to production, if our tests pass, then that is continuous deployment. And so as we walk through this process and we get up to speed in DevOps, we can get to a more mature level and ultimately, hopefully, to continuous deployment, where a change from a developer runs through a whole lot of automation and automatically gets deployed to users with no manual intervention or approvals. That's our ideal. So what do? As we walk through a build process, we're going to probably want to do 5 groups of things. We're going to want to get the latest from source control. We'll want to version our assets, tag the git hash or build date or build number in a convenient spot. Then we'll build our content. We'll run all of our tests and we'll deploy it somewhere. Now, as we do each of these steps, we'll be able to get benefits in automation and consistency for getting our content from source code into production. One thing I do want to double click into is versioning assets. Now, we do want to bake the version into our assets so that we can bust the cache, so that we can validate the content, and also so that maybe we can display that to the user, maybe in the footer or something, so that if we get a screenshot of a failed system, we can get back to the source code that built that content. So the old way, how did we do this before continuous integration? Well, we probably had some big Word document that explained all the steps. You need to check out this, and you need to click on that, and you need to copy this from here to there. And yeah, that Word document, I heard this story, and it might be apocryphal, where they noticed that the deployment team wasn't actually reading the document. So they started changing the document to wingdings, and nobody noticed. And I think that's really hilarious. So ideally, we're getting away from this Word document that says all of the steps. Not only that, probably step 9 is something like change the config. And step 13 is something, oh, yeah, we don't do that step anymore. And step 25, yeah, you don't have permission to do that. So you have to get Alice to do that. Yeah, let's move away from this Word document. But let's start off building that Word document. So we want to do the 5 things. Let's create a new file here, and we'll go do those 5 things. So 1, source control. 2, version assets. 3, build. 4, test. 5, deploy. Okay, so what are we going to do in each step? Well, make sure you check out the latest. Git pull first. Oh, wait, that needs to go there. Delete local changes. Okay. Now, how do we are versioning assets? Well, save the git hash into assembly info.cs, please. Build. Run in release, please. Test. Make sure you don't skip this step. Good luck with that. And deploy. Copy it to the server. Check with Alice for credentials to the server. Yeah, that's our Word document build script. Now we want to do all of these things, but this list of steps is probably not descriptive enough and, well, probably not as detailed as we need, definitely not as automatic as we want it to be. So let's see how we can automate this. Well, the methodology that we've worked on is a build script. A build script will do all of these things in PowerShell. Now, first off, we have an empty website here. So let's build up a website. Let's say .NET new MVC. We'll give it a name of build script to Docker file and output to the current directory. Now, if we didn't give it a name, it would use my folder name, in this case, demo. If we didn't give it an output folder, it would create a new folder and put that content inside that folder. So by passing in these two parameters, we now have our website right here, popping that open in VS Code. We have now our controllers, we have our views, here's our home view, and so we can say, welcome to PowerShell DevOps and Cloud. And PowerShell actually has a capital S there. Okay, now let's also make some other adjustments in our site. I am going to add an assembly info here. Let's come into the resources and grab an assembly info. I will set that in place right here inside the properties folder. And so this assembly info will include that git hash right here. Now I'll need to set that in the build, but let's do that in PowerShell. Now we do need some things in our CS proj to make this work. So let's set those in place. By default, .NET Core will automatically generate these. And so I'm very specifically telling it not to, so that we can use the details from assemblyinfo.cs to be able to set this assembly version and also this assembly informational version. Now, because this is 1.0. It will automatically use the build date to be able to build that. And so we'll be able to, for example, harvest the build date by counting the number of days and seconds, and thus we can get at the build date. That's pretty cool. We'll also get the git hash by grabbing that assembly informational version attribute and grabbing that assembly informational version. Now, this assembly informational version will be the git hash. It's not a dot version, but that's really helpful in being able to display that. So, for example, let's come to our shared layout, and let's add that content at the end of our footer. Now, I'm specifically putting this in the footer so that it won't be obvious to users. It'll be small, but if ever they send me a screenshot of this website, it'll have the build date and it'll have the git hash. And so I'll be able to get back to exactly the build that caused this concern. Now, we do need a few things inside of startup.cs. Let's come back in here. And I think it could be helpful just to output the build date and git hash into the logs as the site starts up. So we've got that. That's perfect. Now, what are the steps that we need to be able to create a build file? I'm going to create a new file, and we'll call this build.ps1. And let's do those steps to be able to get to our source, our automated build. So 1, source control. 2, version assets. 3, build. 4, test. 5, deploy. Okay, so with each of these steps, let's do the task that we need to get this to happen. Now, inside of a source control, we will say git checkout. We could also git reset -- hard. Now that might be a little bit aggressive in this case. The version assets, I have a cool PowerShell script that I really like here. Let's add this to into place. So this PowerShell script will go get that assembly info. It will replace the git hash with that git version, and we'll use this short version. And we will set that content into assembly info. Basically, we're setting that git hash into place. Okay. Here's that git command, by the way. Git clean -fdx. FDX. Okay, build. .NET restore. .NET build -c. We'll build in release mode. Test. Let's say .NET test. And we'll also build in release mode here. Otherwise, we would end up with one release folder and one debug folder. That would be interesting. And then for publish, we want to .NET publish C release, and we will publish to the dist folder. Finally, let's package this in a way that we can deploy to our resulting server. So let's compress this archive, the dist folder, into this build script to dockerfile.zip. Cool. Now, I do want to clean up after ourselves because we did change some code in this build. So let's get checkout properties assembly info.cs, and that will put this back. Now, because we're going to clean and check out, before we do this, let's first save all, except for this Word doc. We're done with that. Let's save all, and let's commit this. I will stage all the changes. Oh, actually, I need to very specifically exclude some content. I have my bin and obj folders that I haven't excluded yet. Let's create a new file, a .gitignore, and we will exclude bin obj star.user, star.suo, the .vs folder. And now that's all the content that will not end up in source control. So let's come back here and we will unstage all of the changes, and that will recheck all of the things against our gitignore file. And now let's stage all the things, and I'll double check to make sure that I didn't accidentally commit built content. Yep, that looks good. Initial website with build script. Cool. So now that we have a build script here in PowerShell, we can say /build.ps1, and it will do all of those steps. Okay, start off by removing all of the uncommitted content. Let's change the git version, git hash, and then we will run our .NET restore, we'll run our .NET build, run our .NET test, and ultimately publish that to the dist folder. Ooh, looks like our build succeeded. That's great. We don't have any unit tests, so let's check to see if there aren't any unit tests passed. Yep, we have no failing tests. Now we're compressing that into the archive. And now this folder right here is that folder that we should send to our server. Oh, we also probably want to exclude that from the content that we deploy. There we go. Now in the source control, Let's refresh. Yep, and we only have that git ignore file. Change ignored files. Commit that. Okay, so we got our build script, and we're doing pretty well. Now, we have some automation. We're away from that Word document. Now, there still may be some automated pieces about that, that zip folder. Ideally, we would do something like robocopy/mirror from the dist folder to server/path to website, and that would copy all of our content from the dist folder into that remote location. But in this case, we'll just say, and we get the zip file into place. Cool. So we got this build script. Now let's level up again. We saw in the build script that we did these 5 steps. We did source control task. We versioned our assets. We built the content in release mode. We ran the tests, and we deployed it. And the beautiful thing here is with this build script, we did all of those steps in a very automated way. We know that we're going to get the same results every time, provided that we're running in a neutral environment. Now let's move this to containers. Now, the beautiful thing about containers is this is a completely neutral environment. We will be building inside the container. Now, in the same way that we would run our build.ps1 from maybe Jenkins or GitHub Actions, we want to be able to run our Docker file from Jenkins or GitHub Actions to ensure that it is completely neutral. But let's start in with Docker. Well, what is Docker? I think as an ecosystem, we're almost past this, but Docker is an ecosystem around container virtualization. Unlike traditional virtual machines, we are not virtualizing the hardware, we are virtualizing the operating system. But Docker didn't invent this virtualization mechanism. Kernels, or rather CNAMEs and jails and namespaces, C groups existed before Docker came. Rather, Docker creates this really elegant ecosystem of tools around this to make it easy for us mere mortals to be able to build these containers. So on the left is traditional virtualization with virtual machines, and on the right is Docker. We can see on the left that we have these operating systems in each virtual machine, and that's pretty heavy. On the right, we just have the difference between that host OS and what we need to be able to run in the container. This is definitely not to scale, but you can already see the efficiency, where before we only got 3 instances, here we were able to get 7. We still get the same sandboxing, the same process isolation that we get from traditional virtualization. The Docker engine is that sandbox environment. So a container needs to reach through the network to get to another container. But these are a whole lot lighter weight because we don't need a copy of the guest OS in each spot. With Docker, we have this ecosystem of being able to get content from our source code into a container running inside of a Docker hypervisor. So we'll start with the Docker file. That Docker file is configuration as code that explains how to build up all the steps, not that unlike our build file. We'll use the Docker file to build it into an image, and we can choose to share this image with Docker Hub or with another container registry, maybe Azure Container Registry. We might also pull images from our container registry like Docker Hub. And then finally, we can start an image as a container on a Docker hypervisor, in this case, Docker machine. We plug in Ethernet, we plug in power, and up boots this machine that is completely isolated and really ephemeral, isomorphic, and deterministic, a really elegant way to start this content. We can do this with multiple Docker files or images from Docker Hub with the Docker Compose file. Docker Compose can specify multiple Docker files or maybe multiple images or a combination of the two. We can build those into a group of images, and we can start them together as a group of containers. Now, as we move to Kubernetes, we may change the Docker machine for Kubernetes, but we have the same process. We start with a Docker file, we build up images, and we run them as containers inside of Kubernetes. What's magic about this is for a developer, we can look at the container like a machine. It has a unique IP address, a unique host name. We can arrange the content inside of our container in interesting ways, set the papers here on this desk, put up the curtains there, put this config file in this specific folder. And once we're done, we close the doors on this shipping container. Outside the container, as operations, we can use standard mechanisms to hook into the hooks on these containers and to be able to stack them in place on our container ships. Inside the container, we can think of this as a machine. Outside the container, we can think of it as a process that we can constrain in the normal ways or start quickly and restart if needed. The beautiful thing about Docker is that both developers and operations are using the same tools. So even if we had a build script, maybe there was some manual process of approval, and that is now gone too. The step is, here's the Docker image. Run it as a container, please. That's it. So let's take our build script and let's turn it into a Docker file. Now, our first step in building this system is, let me close all. Our first step is building a .docker ignore. New file, .docker ignore. Now, this Docker ignore is not that unlike the git ignore that we built previously. In fact, if you have a git ignore but don't have a Docker ignore, then it will use the .git ignore. So we exclude all of the built content. We exclude all of the user-specific content. Here's some more built content. We also need to exclude the content that is development-specific. So, for example, we have here an app settings development JSON, app settings.development.json. We don't want development settings in our production container. Similarly, here we have a launch settings.json, launch settings.json, and we don't want this, the debug details, to end up in our production container either. So we probably also want to exclude build.ps1 and Dockerfile and .docker ignore. And if we have a docker compose.yaml file, we'll probably want to exclude that as well. And we can enumerate all of the files that should never end up in our container. Now, this is great because they'll never end up in a container. But if you then exactly want to specify this file, I've spent hours trying to figure out why it didn't copy because I had put an entry in my Docker ignore. Okay, next up, let's create a Docker file. Now, it's important that this is named Dockerfile and not Dockerfile.txt. So if you accidentally named it Dockerfile.txt, not a problem. Come in here, remove the .txt, and leave it as Dockerfile. I have the Docker extension to VS Code, and so it nicely changes my icon to a whale, and that is really cool. Now, there's a couple of commands here inside of the Docker file that will allow us to get the content into place. Now, if you understand these 4 commands, you can, for the most part, read and understand every Docker file that's out there. There are definitely more commands, and we'll see some of them today. But these are the 4 commands: from, copy, run, and cmd. From gets us our base image that we'll build on top of so that we can build on the shoulders of giants. Copy will copy content from our source code into the image. Run will run particular commands. And cmd is the thing that starts up as we start our container. That's the process that will run in the container. So let's start with from. Let's head off to Docker Hub and go look for .NET content. So I'll search for .NET, and I'll land on this repository where we can see some repositories here. Now, this is a meta repository. It doesn't actually have the content, but it links off to those that do. Samples is great if you want to see lots of different Docker files in various configurations. Runtime dependencies is all the things that we would need to be able to install .NET. Runtime includes the details for building console apps. ASP.NET will be great for hosting things. And SDK is the build tools. Now, we want to build inside of our container, so let's pop open this one and take a look at the details that we'll need in our from line. Here's that spot, mcr.microsoft.com, SDK 5.0. Now, as we scroll down, we see there are some other labels that we can use. It'll reference the Docker files associated with it. So if we use 5.0, here's 5.0, it will be built on top of Debian 10. But there's also a 5.0-Alpine. Alpine is a very small Linux distribution, and so let's use that instead. Back here in our Docker file, from there, and we will do -Alpine. Great. Now we want to copy all of our content from the place where we'll run the Docker build command to the directory inside of our image. Well, what is that directory? Well, let's set that workdir/src. Now, that src directory, we could definitely specify anything that we want, but it will create and then change to that directory and then copy in all of the content except for everything we've chosen to ignore. Now we need to run some stuff. Let's go consult our build.ps1 and go grab all of the content that we need to be able to get at the things. Now, in this case, we are in a Linux environment instead of a Windows environment, so we'll switch out PowerShell for Linux commands. First, source control. Well, the beautiful thing is that by the time we get to the point where we're doing this, all of the source control tasks are done. So we'll just say, done by Docker. That is so cool. Next, let's go get that Git hash. Now, instead of doing this with PowerShell, we will do this with Linux commands. And so let's go git rev parse, go get that Git hash, and we will set that Git hash to that Git hash variable in assembly info.cs. And we'll also echo it to the console just so that we can see it. Now, to run Git commands here in our container, we do need to install Git. So let's go grab that, and we will install Git here into our image. Perfect. Next, build. Okay, that's really easy. Let's run the .NET restore command, and we'll run the .NET build command. We'll run the .NET test command. We'll run the deploy command. And in this case, let's deploy it to the /dist folder. Now, we don't need to build a zip file anymore. We want to deploy it. And we don't need to reset our file anymore because we're building inside the container. And then CMD, what are we going to run? Well, let's run .NET build script to dockerfile.dll. Now that happens to be in the dist directory, so let's change our workdir to /dist. And we do need a few environment variables to be able to tell Docker how to run things. Here's the environment variable that tells ASP.NET to run in production mode. That will give us additional optimizations to run on port 80. We'll also expose port 80 for the things that need it. Now we can tidy this up a little bit. We're doing all of the steps that we need to, but in our production container, we end up with our source code. Let's head back to Docker Hub, and we'll take a look at this ASP.NET repository. And we can see here we have a similar mechanism where we'll go grab that thing. And scrolling down, we can also see that there is an Alpine variant as well. Okay, let's set this in place right here from that /Alpine. Now, we've just created a multi-stage build where this is the production runtime, in air quotes, server image. And I put that in air quotes because it's actually an image, not a server. And this one is the build server image. Now that's great. This will only include the details that we need to be able to run our app. So let's change this to app. And now we need to copy the content from the dist folder into the current folder. So for this copy command, we'd try to copy it from my host machine over here. Let's copy it from equals build. And where is that build? Well, let's name this one as build. Now we could definitely name the other stages if we wanted to, but that's really the only one that we need. And so we'll just copy it from build, and now we've got that content in place. This image then is only the runtime details. We don't have our build tools. We no longer have our source code. We only have that built content. Perfect. Next, there's one more thing that we're doing. We're doing a .NET restore before we do, after we do copying all of the content into place. That means if ever I change a CS file or a JavaScript file, I'll need to restore my NuGet packages. I really want to do this before I copy in all the content. That will allow Docker to cache this layer and then copy in all of the content. If I just change a C# file or JavaScript file, it will start here. I do need to copy in my manifest though. So let's copy build script to dockerfile.csproj into the current directory. Then we'll run .NET restore. Then we'll copy everything else. And that allows Docker to cache those details. Perfect. So now we have a Docker file that will allow us to build and run our content. So let's do that. Let's first commit this content into source control. Add Docker build. And now let's do it. Docker build. We'll tag this right away. Build script to Docker file. And we'll build in the current directory. So this will do all of those steps outlined in our Docker file. We're going to do our Git content. We'll version our assets by baking that Git hash into the assembly info. We'll be able to build our content. We'll run all of our unit tests. And finally, we'll build out that production runtime image. Looks like our Git hash worked well. Our build succeeded. We're running all of our tests. We have no failing tests. Let's publish that content into the dist directory. Looks like our publish is working out well too. Our publish succeeded, very nice. And we copied it, and now we have that new image. But since we tagged it as build script to Docker file, we can now say Docker run. We'll run in detached or daemon mode, and we'll run build script to Docker file. Now, I do want to map some ports here. So I'm going to map the port 80 on my local machine to 80 inside the container. But maybe I have 80 running something else. So I'll map port 8080 on my local machine to port 80 in the container. Now let's fire up this container. Looks like we have that in place. And let's go to localhost 8080. And we have our website. We have a Docker file that allows us to build and deploy our content into a container in a really elegant way. And because we versioned our assets, this is the Git hash and the build date that got us to that content. It's buried in the footer in that legal piece that nobody's going to see. But if you were to take a screenshot of this screen, I know exactly what version of the source to be able to get at to do that. Now, this worked out really, really well. The source code for that which we built is right here. Here's that build.ps1. Here's the Docker file that we built together with the Docker ignore file. And so you can be able to replicate these results in your environment as well. Feel free to fork this repository or clone it and continue on with building your assets as well. With the Docker file, we get a neutral environment built in. We are in this Docker image. It is identical every time because we're running all of the steps inside of our Docker file. We can't deploy without past tests because if any of these stages fail, we will stop building and we need to begin again. And deployment is really easy because all we have to do is Docker build and Docker run. Docker creates a really elegant environment for us to be able to get our content in a very consistent and reliable way to run in a really lightweight way in production. If you have a build script or if you're looking to automate your content, consider Docker files as a really elegant way to be able to get consistent builds. If you're watching this video later, hit me up on Twitter at Rob_Rich and let's continue the conversation. You can grab the slides and the code at robrich.org right now. And for those of us who are here live at the event, what are your questions? One of the questions I often get is, well, what do I need to be able to host Docker? Is this cloud specific? Do I need to go to Azure or to Amazon? Everything that we did today with Docker is cloud agnostic. We just ran Docker commands. And so whether you choose to host on an on-premise Kubernetes cluster, or if you choose to host in an Elastic container service inside of your cloud vendor of choice, then it'll work just fine. Another question I often get here is, so how would I do this if I was building a Go app or a Ruby app or a Node app? The steps that we took inside of our build script were specific to our application. Now, we did that same 5 steps: source control, version assets, build, test, and deploy, but we chose to use .NET commands to do that. If you're building a Go app or a Node app, you would use the Go or Node equivalents. So npm install and npm run build, npm test. And so you'll do those exact same processes. You'll just use the specifics for your particular version. Now that's the content in your build file. As you flip that from a build script to a Docker file, you'll use those exact same commands. So npm public or npm run build, npm install, and you'll depend on the content from your particular registry. So in the case of Node, you would use Node :Alpine instead of .NET SDK :Alpine.
Hey Rob, we have one question from the comment.
Oh, perfect.
Can I get any reference link to learn the build script Docker file?
Can I get the, I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Can I get any reference link to learn the build script to Docker file? That's the question.
Yes,
from
definitely.
YouTube comment.
Head off to robrich.org and you can grab the scripts that we used exactly here. Here's the Docker file that we built, and that will get you started.
Awesome. Looks like that's the only live questions that we have got.
Perfect. Well, I had so much fun getting to share this with you. Thanks for joining us here at the PowerShell DevOps and Cloud Conference. And thanks for joining us From Build Script to Dockerfile. I'll see you on Twitter.
Thanks. That was a great session, Rob. Thanks for joining us.
Most definitely.
Techaholic was conceptualized in mid-2018 as an open community platform. Techaholic connects industry professionals, vertical experts, and learners together, bringing real-world relevance and career exposure for enhanced learning. Our vision is to enable professionals and organizations to achieve more through the community collaboration. Our mission is to nurture industry-ready professionals who can enhance nosiness outcomes with skills on upcoming technology landscape. And our values are to make everyone shine by sharing our knowledge, bringing honor to individuals, encouraging innovation by using the latest technology, networking to enhance collaboration, and encouraging excellence in technology-enabled solutions. We are creating communities with the motto of Go Far, Go Together. We empower individuals to achieve more through their skills without worrying about anything else. We help our community members to become industry-renowned, self-dependent professionals. To achieve industry recognitions, you can join our community to work with our existing industry-renowned community leaders. Our community leaders could mentor you and provide the stage to work with local and global communities. Mentors can lead you to the next level of growth. Techaholic empowers individuals to achieve their career aspirations by connecting them with the right mentors who are proven industry veterans and subject matter experts. Internships help you with real-world experience. Today's students are tomorrow's leaders, so we will not leave you alone. We have open internship programs to onboard technology enthusiastic students through formal process. Lead your digital transformation assisted by our industry veterans and technology community experts. Our designs are centered around business and technical requirements. We optimize your cloud designs to enhance administration and user experience. We secure your cloud with defense in depth. We provide guidance on cloud governance and compliance. Techaholic can also help you solve problems like lack of flexibility in capacity and cost optimizations, time to execute, efficient remote working, and infrastructure monitoring. Techaholic is making it easier for both freelancers and organizations by inventing a new way of working with freelancers globally. As a freelancer, you can choose your assignments either through your own network or through our network. We take care of all the onboarding tasks so that you only focus on your assignment. We are continuously growing our community to help individuals and organizations in capability building with skill-based learning. In the ever-changing job roles, we are extending the learning outreach by nurturing the future-ready and most desired professionals in the industry. We bring together a large array of technology professionals with varied industrial accreditations, eager to help build enterprise solutions and enable the learners. Now let's look at some of the popular industry certification courses offered by Techaholic.